Hello there, my sleepy wasteland wanderers. Tonight, we journey through the desolate beauty of the Fallout universe, where the ruins of civilization hold stories waiting to be told. I'll be your guide through these radioactive landscapes, sharing tales of survival, hope, and the quiet moments that exist even in the harshest environments. So get comfortable, dim your lights, and let the sounds of the wasteland carry you away. The gentle glow of your Pip-Boy will guide our path as we explore these forgotten places together. Now close your eyes and let your mind drift as we step into the world of Fallout, where dreams await beyond the wasteland horizon. Morning mist clung to the Commonwealth landscape as soft golden light filtered through the cloud cover, casting the world in a gentle, diffused glow. Dew gathered on mutated flora and weathered structures alike, temporarily transforming the harsh wasteland into something almost serene. The air carried a rare stillness, disturbed only by the occasional distant call of wildlife awakening to the new day. Along a forgotten path winding between ancient oak trees, a solitary figure moved with unhurried purpose. Eliza Carter walked with the measured caution of someone long accustomed to the Commonwealth's dangers, though her expression reflected curiosity rather than concern. Her weathered duster coat bore the subtle marks of countless journeys, carefully mended tiers, reinforced seams, pockets added for practical storage. Unlike many who traversed the wasteland, she carried a modest pack and a simple walking staff rather than an arsenal of weapons. Eliza had once served as a scribe within the Brotherhood of Steel, specializing in pre-war cultural preservation. Though she had departed their ranks years ago, she maintained that core mission in her solitary travels, seeking out, documenting, and sometimes preserving remnants of the world before the bombs. Where others scavenged for technology or resources, she searched for the quieter treasures, books, artwork, music, and stories that might otherwise be lost to time. The path she followed had once been a private driveway, though centuries of neglect had reduced it to little more than a suggestion through the underbrush. Ancient stone markers occasionally peeked through the vegetation, confirming she remained on the correct route. According to the pre-war map she had acquired from a caravan merchant, this trail led to what had once been an exclusive estate belonging to a wealthy family, the kind of residence that might have housed significant cultural artifacts. As she rounded a gentle curve in the path, the trees parted to reveal her destination, rising from the morning mist like a vision from another time. The Harrington Estate, or Clockwork Mansion as locals had come to call it, stood in dignified decay against the brightening sky. Once manicured grounds had surrendered to wilderness, with formal gardens now transformed into a chaotic tangle of mutated flora. The mansion itself presented a curious blend of destruction and preservation. Parts of the structure had collapsed entirely, while others appeared remarkably intact, protected by quality materials and fortunate positioning away from direct blast zones. Eliza paused at the edge of what had once been a circular driveway, taking time to absorb the scene before approaching further. Her Brotherhood training had instilled methodical habits that served her well in her current pursuits. Proper assessment before engagement, appreciation of context before examination of specifics, patience as the foundation of preservation, 19th century architectural influences with early 21st century structural reinforcement, she murmured to herself, already making mental notes for her journal. East Wing appears to have collapsed, likely due to water damage rather than direct bombing effects. main entrance and west wing still structurally sound from external appearance. The mansion's facade featured elegant stonework that had weathered the centuries with remarkable resilience. Tall windows, though many now broken, still retained their grand proportions. A central entrance with imposing double doors stood beneath what had once been a covered portico, its columns now wrapped in climbing vines that had claimed the structure as their own. Eliza approached with measured steps, alert but not fearful. Her experiences had taught her that truly dangerous wildlife rarely lingered in such exposed structures, preferring the deeper shadows of underground spaces or dense forest. Still, she kept her senses attuned to her surroundings as she crossed what remained of the driveway and ascended the cracked stone steps to the main entrance. The double doors were crafted from solid wood with intricate carved panels, a display of craftsmanship rarely seen in the post-war world. One door hung precariously from a single hinge, while the other remained surprisingly intact, though swollen with moisture and partially fused to its frame. Eliza examined the entrance carefully, assessing both structural stability and potential historical significance. Hand-carved oak panels, she noted, running her fingers gently over the detailed work, likely commissioned specifically for this residence. Motifs suggest nature themes: oak leaves, acorns, bird patterns. With careful pressure, she widened the gap between the doors, enough to allow passage without causing further damage. A soft creak of protest echoed through the entrance hall as she stepped inside, the sound seeming to announce her presence to the sleeping house. The entrance hall opened before her, a grand space designed to impress visitors with its soaring ceiling and sweeping staircase. Dust motes danced in beams of light that filtered through broken windows and partial ceiling collapses, creating ethereal patterns across the faded grandeur. What had once been polished marble flooring now lay beneath layers of dust and debris, though the intricate inlay pattern remained visible in places where falling objects had swept the surface clear. Eliza stood in quiet reverence, allowing her eyes to adjust to the dimmer interior light while absorbing the atmosphere of forgotten opulence. Unlike scavengers who might immediately begin searching for valuable salvage, she took time to appreciate the space as it was, a moment of connection with the world that had been, before beginning her careful exploration. The main hall branched into several adjoining rooms, their doorways standing open like silent invitations. To the right, what appeared to have been a formal sitting room contained the weathered remains of elegant furniture. A once plush sofa now collapsed upon itself, armchairs with their stuffing exposed, tables that had succumbed to centuries of neglect. Yet even in decay, the room's arrangement suggested the careful consideration that had once gone into creating a space for conversation and connection. To the left, a grand dining room featured a massive table that dominated the center of the space. Chairs remained positioned around it as though awaiting guests who would never arrive. Tarnished silver candelabras stood at intervals along the table's length, while a crystalline chandelier hung precariously above, missing many of its delicate pieces, but still impressive in its skeletal form. Eliza documented these spaces with quiet efficiency, making notes and occasional sketches in her journal, recording the layout and notable features. Her Brotherhood training had emphasized the importance of proper documentation. Preservation began, with recording what existed before potentially disturbing it, through interaction. As she moved deeper into the mansion, a subtle sound gradually registered in her awareness. So faint at first that it seemed almost imaginary, a trick of the mind in a place so defined by silence. She paused, holding her breath to listen more carefully. Tick, tick, tick. The sound came with metronomic precision, a steady rhythm that seemed impossibly regular in a world where machinery rarely functioned without human intervention. Eliza followed the sound, moving with increased purpose through connected rooms until she reached what appeared to have been a grand library or study. Here, the sound grew distinctly audible, the unmistakable ticking of a clock. The room itself would have been impressive even without this anomaly. Walls lined with built-in bookshelves, many still containing volumes protected from the worst environmental effects by their tight packing. A massive desk dominated one end of the space, positioned before windows that would have once provided natural light for reading. But it was the far wall that drew Eliza's immediate attention. There, standing in defiance of time and nuclear devastation, rose a grandfather clock of exceptional craftsmanship. Nearly 8 feet tall, crafted from richly figured wood with brass accents, it stood as though the centuries had merely passed around it rather than through it. Most remarkably, its pendulum continued to swing with hypnotic regularity, marking seconds with mechanical precision that seemed almost miraculous in the context of the surrounding decay. "Impossible," Eliza whispered, approaching the timepiece with a sense of wonder that transcended her scholarly training. No mechanical clock should still be functioning after all this time without maintenance. The clock's face, crafted of porcelain with hand-painted numerals, showed a time that Eliza knew couldn't possibly be correct, 3:42. Yet the very fact that it moved at all represented something extraordinary. The steady ticking sound, rather than disturbing the mansion's silence, seemed to give it dimension and life, a heartbeat within the sleeping structure. As she examined the clock more closely, she noted a small brass plaque affixed to its case. Carefully wiping away accumulated dust with her sleeve, she revealed an inscription. "To Harrison and Eleanor, may your time together be measured not in hours, but in moments of joy. From your loving parents, June 12, 2071. This simple dedication transformed the clock from merely an interesting mechanical anomaly to something profoundly personal, a wedding gift, perhaps, or an anniversary present. It had been created and presented just 6 years before the bombs fell, making it one of the last examples of such craftsmanship before the world changed forever. Eliza's careful examination revealed no obvious power source or technological enhancement that might explain the clock's continued function. It appeared to be purely mechanical, operating on the same principles that had driven timepieces for centuries before the digital age. She theorized that perhaps its location within the mansion had protected it from the worst effects of radiation and weather, while its exceptional quality construction had allowed it to continue functioning long after lesser examples had failed. "The craftsmanship is extraordinary," she noted in her journal. "Gears and mechanism appear to be brass or possibly gold plated to prevent corrosion. Weight-driven system rather than spring, which would explain longer operational capability. Still, continued function after centuries without maintenance suggests either remarkable engineering or..." She hesitated to complete the thought, knowing how easily such observations could drift into superstition rather than scholarly assessment. Yet there was something almost supernatural about the clock's persistence, as though it existed partly in the world before the war, refusing to acknowledge that time had moved beyond its ordered measuring. As afternoon light shifted through broken windows, casting the study in a warm golden glow, Eliza made a decision that went beyond her usual documentation practice. This clock, this remarkable survivor of time itself, deserved more than mere recording. It deserved to be fully functional, to perhaps chime again as it surely once had. With careful hands, she began examining the clock's mechanism more thoroughly, opening the front panel to reveal the pendulum's full swing and the weights that drove it. Her Brotherhood training had included basic mechanical repair. though her specialty had been document preservation rather than technological restoration. Still, the principles that governed mechanical timepieces had remained largely unchanged for centuries, making this perhaps one of the few pre-war technologies that remained fully comprehensible without specialized knowledge. Weight cables are intact, but position suggests the striking mechanism may be jammed, she observed, speaking softly to herself as she worked. Pendulum continues to swing, but the hour strike hasn't engaged. Perhaps dust accumulation in the striking train. Her examination was interrupted by a soft scuffling sound from a nearby doorway. Turning quickly but without alarm, she observed a single radroach moving hesitantly across the threshold. Unlike the aggressive swarms sometimes encountered in abandoned buildings, this solitary creature seemed almost tentative, as though the clock's ticking had disturbed its usual habits. "Just passing through?" Eliza asked with mild amusement, watching as the creature paused at the sound of her voice. "Don't mind me, I'm not here for your territory." The rat roach remained motionless for several moments, before continuing its journey across the room and disappearing through another doorway, apparently satisfied that the human intruder presented no immediate threat. This peaceful coexistence reflected Eliza's general approach to the wasteland, observing and documenting rather than needlessly disturbing the new balance that had emerged after humanity's retreat. Returning her attention to the clock, she continued her careful examination of its mechanism. The striking train, the portion responsible for the clock's chimes, appeared to be intact, but immobilized by accumulated dust and dried lubricant. With tools from her pack, she began the delicate process of cleaning crucial components, applying tiny amounts of precious oil to joints and bearings that had likely been dry for centuries. As she worked, the mansion settled around her with occasional creaks and sighs, as though the structure itself watched her efforts with curious attention. Daylight continued its slow progression across the room, illuminating different sections of the bookshelves as hours passed in focused concentration. "The hour wheel seems to be moving freely now," she murmured, after particularly delicate work on the striking mechanism. "If the count wheel is properly aligned with the rack, it should strike the correct hour when the time comes." The question of what time that might be remained uncertain. The clock's hands showed a time that couldn't possibly be correct after centuries without synchronization to actual time. Yet Eliza found herself reluctant to simply adjust the hands manually. Something about the clock's autonomous persistence demanded respect for its own internal rhythm, however disconnected from the actual hour. As she completed her work on the mechanism, carefully closing the access panel and securing the pendulum door, she noticed additional details about the clock that had initially escaped her attention. The carved woodwork featured subtle motifs that matched those on the mansion's entrance doors. Oak leaves and acorns recurring in the corner spandrels and along the hood. This suggested the clock had been specifically commissioned to complement the estate's architectural details, perhaps even created by the same artisans who had crafted the doors. The clock's continued ticking now seemed more pronounced, as though her maintenance had strengthened its voice rather than merely preserved it. The pendulum swung with what appeared to be greater confidence, its brass bob catching occasional glints of afternoon light as it passed through its arc. Final test, Eliza decided, glancing at her Pip-Boy's time display. According to her device, the actual time was approaching 5 p.m. The clock's hand stood at 3:57. If her work on the striking mechanism had been successful, it should attempt to strike 4 chimes in just a few minutes. While waiting, she took the opportunity to examine some of the books that remained on the library shelves. Many had succumbed to moisture and time, their pages fused into solid masses that could no longer be separated without destruction. Others, however, remained surprisingly intact, particularly those bound in leather with high-quill paper. A volume of pre-war poetry caught her attention, its burgundy leather binding still supple, gold lettering still visible along its spine. Opening it carefully, she found a handwritten inscription on the flyleaf. "Eleanor, when words fail me, may these pages speak of my heart. Forever yours, Harrison. Christmas 2074. This personal note created another connection to the people who had once lived here. The same Harrison and Eleanor mentioned on the clock's dedication plate. Their story emerged in fragments through these surviving possessions, suggesting a relationship of genuine affection, rather than merely the arranged marriages sometimes common among pre-war elites. Her contemplation was interrupted by a mechanical whirring from the grandfather clock. The minute hand had reached 12, and the hour hand pointed to 4. The striking mechanism engaged with initial hesitation and then growing confidence, the hammer rising and falling to strike the hours. 1, 2, 3, 4. The chimes resonated through the room with surprising volume and clarity, their bright tones seeming to momentarily transform the decayed study back into the vibrant space it had once been. Eliza stood transfixed as the sound filled the air and then gradually faded, leaving behind a silence that somehow felt more complete for having been broken. "You did it," came a voice from the doorway, startling Eliza from her reverie. She turned quickly to find an elderly man standing there, leaning on a walking stick much like her own. His weathered features suggested a lifetime in the wasteland, yet his expression held none of the hardness common to many survivors. Instead, his eyes reflected something approaching wonder as he gazed at the clock. "Mr. Harrington?" she asked, instinctively using the name from the inscriptions, though immediately recognizing the impossibility. No one from before the war could possibly have survived this long. The old man chuckled softly. "No, though I knew the Harringtons, or knew of them at least. My name is Thomas Gardner. I live in a small settlement about 2 miles east of here." He gestured vaguely with his free hand. "When I was a boy, my grandfather told stories about this place. Said there was a clock inside that kept perfect time, even after the world ended." Eliza smiled at this folk memory, appreciating how pre-war objects sometimes transcended into local legend. "I found it still ticking, though it needed some help to chime again." Thomas nodded, taking a few steps into the room with careful movements that suggested age rather than fear. "I've lived nearly 80 years in the Commonwealth, and in all that time, I've never once heard that clock chime. Thought my grandfather's stories were just that, stories." He looked around the study with appreciative eyes. "Used to dare each other to come up here as children, but none of us ever made it past the entrance hall, too scared of what might be waiting inside." "Yet you came today," Eliza observed. "Heard the chimes all the way from the stream where I was fishing," he explained. 4 clear notes, just like my grandfather described. Had to see for myself." He studied her with curious eyes. "You're not a scavenger. Brotherhood?" "Former Brotherhood," she clarified. "I document pre-war cultural artifacts, try to preserve what I can, record what I can't." Thomas nodded with apparent approval. "Good work. Most just take what's valuable and destroy the rest." He moved closer to the clock, examining it with obvious appreciation. "Beautiful craftsmanship. They don't make things like this anymore." "No," Eliza agreed, "they don't." As evening approached, casting longer shadows through the study's windows, Thomas shared what he knew of the mansion's history. Stories passed down through generations of nearby settlers, possibly embellished over time, but containing kernels of truth that aligned with Eliza's own findings. "The Harringtons were here when the bombs fell," he explained as they sat in relatively intact chairs near the steadily ticking clock. Harrison was some kind of engineer, developed shelter technology, had an underground bunker beneath the mansion. Family legend says they survived down there for several years before radiation in the groundwater forced them to leave. Eliza considered this information, mentally connecting it with the personal touches she'd discovered. Did they survive elsewhere? Thomas shrugged. Story gets unclear after that. Some say they joined one of the early settlements to the west. Others say they tried to reach family in another state. All agree they never returned here. Yet something of them had remained. The clock that Harrison and Eleanor had received as a gift, still marking time in their absence. Its persistence seemed both poignant and somehow hopeful, a mechanical heart continuing long after the people who had wound it were gone. As darkness began to claim the mansion, Eliza lit a small lantern she carried in her pack, its warm glow creating a cozy circle in the otherwise shadowed study. The clock's ticking seemed more prominent in the gathering darkness, its steady rhythm providing comforting continuity. "I should return to my settlement before full dark," Thomas said eventually, rising with the careful movements of age. "Will you be staying?" Eliza nodded. "For tonight at least. I want to document more of the mansion tomorrow, particularly if there's access to the bunker you mentioned." Thomas hesitated before leaving, glancing back at the clock. "Will it keep chiming now, every hour?" "It should," Eliza confirmed. "I've rewound the weights and cleared the mechanism. With proper maintenance, it could continue for many years." This seemed to please the old man greatly. "Good, good. Means the children in my settlement will grow up hearing it just like my grandfather did." He offered a polite nod before departing. Perhaps some stories do continue. After Thomas left, Eliza established a simple camp in the study, spreading her bedroll near the clock where its gentle ticking provided soothing accompaniment. She spent the evening hours documenting her findings in her journal, sketching the clock and transcribing the inscriptions she had found. At 9 o'clock, the striking mechanism engaged again, chiming the hour with the same clear tones that had drawn Thomas to investigate. Eliza watched with satisfaction as the wheels turned and the hammer fell precisely 9 times. Her restoration had been successful. Another small piece of the past, reclaimed from silence. As she prepared for sleep, she found herself contemplating the strange comfort provided by the clock's steady rhythm. In a world where so much had been destroyed or forgotten, this simple mechanical object continued its appointed task with uncomplaining dedication. There was something profoundly reassuring in its persistence, a reminder that not everything from the old world had been lost in fire and radiation. The clock struck 10 as Eliza drifted towards sleep, its chimes seeming to bridge past and present in melodious connection. Tomorrow she would explore more of the mansion, seeking other treasures that might deserve documentation or preservation. Perhaps she would find the entrance to the bunker Thomas had mentioned, adding another chapter to the Harrington family's story. For now, however, she rested beside the steadily ticking grandfather clock, its rhythm merging with her breathing as consciousness faded. In the quiet darkness of the once grand mansion, the clock continued its measured counting, a timekeeper connecting the world that had been lost with the one that struggled to emerge from its ashes. Night settled fully over the clockwork mansion, wrapping the structure in gentler darkness than the harsh Commonwealth daylight. Inside the study, the grandfather clock maintained its vigilant timekeeping, each tick marking another moment preserved against the chaos of the wasteland. As Eliza slept peacefully beside this mechanical guardian of order, elsewhere in the Commonwealth, a lone traveler approached the entryway of a small, unmarked building nestled between crumbling office towers. Weathered letters above the door spelled Metropolitan Museum of Art, Satellite Gallery, barely visible in the moonlight. As our wanderer sleeps to the comforting rhythm of the grandfather clock, our next tale beckons from the dust-covered halls of forgotten culture. Join us for The Forgotten Museum. Afternoon sunlight filtered through clouds of dust and pollen, casting dappled patterns across the broken streets of what had once been a thriving downtown district. The golden light softened the harsh edges of collapsed buildings and rusted vehicles, transforming urban decay into something almost beautiful in its quiet desolation. A gentle breeze occasionally stirred the silence, carrying the subtle scents of wildflowers that had reclaimed vacant lots and rooftop gardens, nature's patient victory over human absence. Through this peaceful ruin moved a solitary figure, her steps measured and purposeful despite the uneven terrain. Mira Chen navigated the debris-strewn streets with the confident familiarity of an experienced wasteland traveler, though her equipment suggested something other than the typical scavenger or mercenary. Instead of the mismatched armor and excessive weaponry common to most wanderers, she wore practical khaki clothing with numerous pockets, a sturdy backpack, and carried only a simple sidearm for protection. Mira's journey through the Commonwealth had purpose beyond mere survival. Once a resident of Diamond City's scholarly upper stands, she now devoted herself to what some considered a frivolous pursuit in the harsh reality of the wasteland, the documentation and preservation of pre-war cultural knowledge. Where others sought weapons, technology, or basic necessities, she searched for books, artwork, recordings, and other artifacts that preserved humanity's creative achievements from before the bombs fell. Today, her quest had brought her to this forgotten district, based on a fragment of information discovered in a pre-war tourism guide. A mention of a satellite gallery established by a major museum to showcase portions of their collection in this business district. If the guide's information proved accurate, and if the location had somehow escaped the thorough looting that had claimed most visible structures, she might discover cultural treasures that had remained hidden for centuries. Should be just ahead, Mira murmured to herself, consulting a weathered map marked with careful annotations. Eastern side of the square, between the financial buildings. The district opened into what had once been a small plaza, its cracked concrete now host to determined vegetation growing through every available fissure. The surrounding buildings had once been impressive structures of glass and steel, though time had claimed most of their gleaming facades. Their lower floors had been thoroughly scavenged, doors standing open like toothless mouths, windows long since shattered by weather or opportunistic salvages. Mira paused at the plaza's edge, taking time to survey her surroundings before proceeding further. Years of wasteland travel had taught her the value of proper assessment, identifying potential hazards, noting possible escape routes, understanding the space before committing to exploration. Her gaze moved methodically across the ruined structures, seeking the architectural features described in her documentation. "There," she said, softly, spotting a modest building nestled between two larger towers. Unlike its imposing neighbors, this structure featured classical architectural elements, stone columns flanking an entrance recessed from the main street, a design choice that had likely protected it from casual observation by less discerning scavengers. As Mira approached, weathered lettering became visible above the entrance. Metropolitan Museum of Art, Satellite Gallery. The words, though faded by centuries of exposure, confirmed she had found her objective. The building's facade showed surprising structural integrity compared to surrounding structures. its classical design having weathered the apocalypse with more resilience than the once modern towers that flanked it. The entrance featured a heavy set of bronze doors, their surfaces darkened with age but still displaying intricate decorative patterns when viewed closely. Unlike many buildings in the area, these doors remained closed, perhaps overlooked by casual looters due to their unremarkable appearance from a distance or the impression of solid security they conveyed. Mira examined the entrance carefully, noting that while the doors appeared intact, their locking mechanism had likely failed long ago. No electricity had flowed through this district for centuries, rendering any electronic security systems inoperative. With careful pressure applied at just the right point, one door yielded with a low groan of metal against metal, opening just enough to allow passage without forcing the ancient hinges beyond their tolerance. "Careful now," she whispered to herself, a habit developed during years of solitary exploration. Slow movements, test each step. The interior welcomed her with hushed darkness, disturbed only by thin beams of light penetrating through small windows high on the walls and cracks in the ceiling. As her eyes adjusted, Mira found herself in what had once been an elegant atrium, a space designed to transition visitors from the outside world into a realm of artistic appreciation. Dust lay thick upon the floor, undisturbed by footprints save for the occasional small tracks of rodents or insects. This absence of human disturbance was promising, suggesting the gallery might have escaped the thorough scavenging that had claimed most accessible structures. Mira activated her Pip-Boy's light function, casting a gentle glow that illuminated the space without harsh brightness that might damage sensitive artifacts. The atrium featured an information desk still positioned as it had been when the final staff member departed centuries ago. Behind it, a wall displayed a faded map of the gallery layout, invaluable information for her exploration. 3 exhibition halls, she noted, studying the floor plan, permanent collection to the right, rotating exhibitions straight ahead, special collections in the basement level. This compact layout suggested a carefully curated satellite location rather than a comprehensive museum, perhaps explaining why it had been overlooked by previous scavengers seeking more obvious targets. Those hunting for practical salvage would find little appeal in a specialized cultural repository, when neighboring buildings might offer more immediately valuable resources. Mira chose to begin with the permanent collection hall, moving carefully through a doorway to the right of the main atrium. As she entered, her light revealed a space that seemed to exist in defiance of the outside world's destruction. A long gallery with display cases still intact, walls still adorned with framed artwork, pedestals still supporting sculptures protected under clouded display domes. "Remarkable," she breathed, genuine awe momentarily overwhelming her scholarly objectivity. The gallery had been arranged thematically rather than chronologically, grouping artistic works by subject matter rather than historical period. Nearest the entrance, a section devoted to landscapes displayed paintings showing the world as it had once been. Verdant forests, majestic mountains, serene coastlines untouched by radiation, though some canvases showed the effects of improper environmental conditions, cracking paint, warped frames. Many remained in surprising condition, protected by quality framing techniques and the building's relatively stable interior environment. Mira moved through the space with reverent slowness, documenting each significant piece in her journal with quick sketches and descriptive notes. Her training at Diamond City's small educational institute had emphasized the importance of proper documentation. Preservation began with recording what existed, creating at least a paper record of cultural artifacts that might not physically survive much longer. In the gallery's center, a glass case contained small sculptures crafted from various materials: bronze, marble, wood, and ceramic. Though dust obscured their details, the graceful forms remained visible, representing human figures in various poses. A nearby placard, its text faded but still legible, identified these as expressions of human form, 15th to 21st century miniatures. So much beauty, Mira murmured, carefully cleaning a small section of the display glass with a soft cloth from her pack, and no one has seen it for centuries. As she continued her exploration, moving deeper into the gallery, she encountered additional thematic sections: religious iconography, abstract expressionism, folk art traditions from around the pre-war world. Each grouping offered glimpses into the creative diversity that had once flourished, perspectives and traditions preserved in physical form long after their creators and cultures had vanished. A soft mechanical sound from deeper within the gallery suddenly interrupted her documentation. Mira froze instinctively, hand moving toward her sidearm while she listened intently. The sound repeated, a whirring followed by a click, then silence. After a moment it came again, establishing a pattern that suggested automated rather than organic movement. With cautious steps, Mira advanced toward the sound's origin, keeping close to the wall where floor surfaces were less likely to creak beneath her weight. As she rounded a display of ceramic vessels, the source revealed itself. A Protectron security unit positioned in an alcove, attempting to activate but failing due to insufficient power. Its optical sensors flickered weakly, internal mechanisms cycling through initialization protocols without achieving full activation. The robot's presence explained why the gallery had remained relatively untouched. Automated security, even in diminished capacity, would have deterred casual scavengers from lingering long enough to thoroughly loot the space. This particular unit appeared to have maintained minimal function through an emergency power system, though centuries had depleted its reserves to near exhaustion. Mira observed the struggling Protectron with professional interest rather than fear. Unlike many Commonwealth travelers who would attempt to destroy such pre-war security measures, she recognized its historical and functional value. The unit represented both technological preservation and, potentially, a guardian of the very cultural artifacts she sought to document. Low-power initialization loop, she noted, keeping a respectful distance while studying its behavior pattern, attempting activation every 3 minutes when sensors detect movement, but insufficient power to complete boot sequence. While the robot presented no immediate threat in its current state, its presence suggested both challenge and opportunity. If it somehow achieved full activation, it might perceive her as an unauthorized intruder. Conversely, if she could access its control systems, she might be able to properly document its programming as another valuable pre-war artifact. For now, Mira chose to simply work around the struggling machine, continuing her exploration while maintaining awareness of its location. She moved into the gallery's final section, where her light revealed a collection of photographic prints documenting pre-war city life. Street scenes showing bustling sidewalks, public parks filled with families, skylines untouched by destruction. These images provided particularly poignant contrast to the world outside, visual evidence of what had been lost beyond just artistic expression. Having completed her initial survey of the permanent collection, Mira returned to the atrium and consulted the floor plan again. The rotating exhibition space straight ahead would be her next objective, potentially offering different artistic content than the permanent gallery. This central hall proved somewhat less intact than the first. A portion of ceiling had collapsed at the far end, allowing weather to damage several displays. Yet much remained protected, particularly nearest the entrance, where overhead structures had held firm. Here, glass cases contained various artifacts of daily life transformed into artistic expression. household objects elevated through exceptional design, everyday items rendered in precious materials, utilitarian tools crafted with aesthetic consideration beyond mere function. A placard near the entrance, remarkably well preserved, explained the exhibition's theme. Beauty in the everyday, how design transformed ordinary life, 20502077. This exhibition examines the final pre-war decade's emphasis on bringing artistic consideration into daily objects. As resources grew scarce and traditional luxury markets contracted, designers increasingly focused on elevating common experiences through thoughtful craftsmanship, creating objects that served both practical function and aesthetic satisfaction. This description carried unexpected emotional weight, documenting humanity's attempt to maintain beauty even as their world moved toward destruction they could not yet imagine. The objects displayed: a coffee pot with graceful proportions, household tools with handles sculpted to fit the human hand perfectly, lighting fixtures that created particular emotional atmospheres, represented quiet resistance against utilitarian decline, insistence on human dignity expressed through designed environments. Mira documented these items with particular care, recognizing their relevance to the Commonwealth's current condition. As post-war settlements gradually moved beyond mere survival, similar questions of how to incorporate beauty into practical necessity had begun to emerge. These preserved examples might offer valuable inspiration for contemporary craftspeople seeking to enhance life quality through thoughtful design. Remarkable foresight in establishing this exhibition, she noted in her journal. Theme remains relevant centuries later as new settlements face similar resource constraints but seek quality beyond mere functionality. A display case near the center of the hall contained various communication devices showing the evolution of design thinking, from purely utilitarian early models toward later versions that considered user experience, emotional response, and aesthetic satisfaction. The accompanying text explained how designers had worked to humanize technology as it became increasingly integrated into daily life, preventing people from feeling dominated by the very tools meant to serve them. As Mira documented this section, the struggling Protectron could be heard once more in the distance, its periodic activation attempts establishing a rhythmic background to her exploration. The sound had become almost comforting in its predictability, a mechanical counterpoint to the silent stillness of the preserved artifacts. The gallery's far section, damaged by weather exposure, contained larger household items, furniture designed to serve multiple functions while maintaining visual appeal, modular systems that could adapt to changing needs while preserving aesthetic coherence. Though some pieces had succumbed to water damage and decay, others remained recognizable, their clean lines and thoughtful proportions still communicating the designer's intentions across centuries. Having documented what remained accessible in the rotating exhibition space, Mira consulted her map again. The special collections area in the basement level represented her final objective, potentially the most valuable section if it had remained sealed against environmental conditions that affected the upper floors. The stairwell leading downward was located behind the main information desk, a doorway marked with a simple staff-only sign that had long lost its authority. Mira tested each step carefully as she descended, mindful that structural integrity could not be assumed after centuries of neglect. The staircase proved surprisingly sound, its concrete construction having withstood time better than many wooden or metal structures throughout the Commonwealth. At the bottom, a heavy security door presented the first serious obstacle to her exploration. Unlike the bronze entrance doors, this barrier had been designed specifically to prevent unauthorized access, featuring both mechanical and electronic locking systems. In the post-war world, such security often became permanently impenetrable once power failed, the electronic components frozen in locked position without override capability. This particular door, however, showed signs of having been briefly opened during the building's evacuation, perhaps by staff attempting to secure particularly valuable items before departure. The electronic lock had failed in partially disengaged position, allowing the mechanical components limited movement. With careful manipulation and the application of appropriate pressure, Mira was able to gradually work the mechanism open without causing damage to the historic hardware. Respect the artifacts, she reminded herself, a personal mantra that applied to everything from priceless artwork to the functional components of the building itself. Where others might have simply forced entry with tools or explosives, her approach preserved both the objects she sought and the context that gave them meaning. The special collections area beyond the security door revealed itself gradually as her light penetrated the complete darkness. Unlike the upper galleries with their display-oriented arrangements, this space more closely resembled a research archive. Metal shelving units containing storage boxes, flat file drawers for oversized documents, climate-controlled cabinets for particularly sensitive materials. A central work table remained positioned as it had been when last used, its surface bearing the ghostly outlines where papers had once been sorted before being lifted, leaving cleaner rectangles in the surrounding dust. "The preservation potential here is extraordinary," Mira whispered, recognizing that the basement level's stable environment, security measures, and purpose-built storage would have protected materials far better than the display-oriented upper floors. She began systematic documentation, starting with a handwritten catalogue found on the central table. This remarkable document listed the special collection's contents by category, with location codes corresponding to the storage system around her. Though faded, the careful handwriting remained legible, providing an invaluable guide to the archive's organization. Following this catalogue, Mira located a section devoted to rare books and manuscripts. The storage boxes here contain volumes protected by acid-free enclosures, many still in remarkable condition due to the controlled environment. She documented titles and conditions, occasionally photographing particularly significant examples with her Pip-Boy's camera function, creating digital records that could be shared with Diamond City's small scholarly community. A separate section contained architectural drawings and city plans, large sheets carefully stored in flat drawers designed to prevent folding damage. These documents showed the very district where she now stood, but as it had been and as planners had imagined it might develop further. Streets now choked with debris appeared as clean thoroughfares lined with businesses and residences. Parks now returned to untamed wilderness were shown with carefully designed landscaping and recreational facilities. So this is what they intended, Miro noted, comparing these optimistic plans with the reality that had emerged instead. There was poignancy in the contrast, yet also a strange comfort. Evidence that human aspiration toward improvement had existed right until the end, planning for futures that would never arrive, but demonstrating undimmed hope regardless. The archive's final section proved most surprising, a collection of personal journals, letters, and documents donated by residents of the city. These ordinary people's records of daily life provided intimate glimpses into the pre-war world beyond official histories or artistic representations. A teacher described classroom challenges that sounded remarkably similar to those faced in Diamond City's small school. A nurse recorded observations about patients that reflected universal human concerns, unchanged by nuclear devastation. A child's diary captured simple joys and disappointments that any Commonwealth child might similarly experience. The most valuable artifacts might be these, Mira noted in her journal, not for their monetary worth, but for their human connection. The evidence that people fundamentally remain the same despite living in circumstances we can barely imagine. As she carefully returned these personal documents to their protective enclosures, a soft sound from the stairwell drew her attention, different from the Pretatron's mechanical attempts at activation. This sound suggested deliberate movement, cautious steps descending the same stairs she had navigated earlier. Mira extinguished her Pip-Boy light immediately, years of wasteland survival instincts overriding scholarly focus. She moved silently to a position offering both concealment behind storage shelving and clear view of the entrance, her hand resting near her sidearm while waiting to assess whether the approaching entity represented threat or simply another explorer. A beam of light preceded the visitor, sweeping across the archive space, from a handheld source rather than a mounted device. The illumination revealed a figure pausing at the threshold, human rather than mechanical or mutated, dressed in practical traveling gear not unlike Mira's own. After a moment's hesitation, the visitor spoke into the darkness. "Hello? I know someone's down here. I saw your light from outside when I was passing. I'm not looking for trouble." The voice belonged to a woman, her tone suggesting caution but not aggression. Mira remained silent, observing as the visitor took another step into the archive space, light continuing to sweep across shelving units and storage containers. "My name is Diana," the woman continued after receiving no response. "I'm a teacher from University Point. We're trying to rebuild our library after some trouble with raiders last season. Heard rumors about this place possibly having books or educational materials." This explanation aligned with legitimate settlement needs, rather than mere scavenging motivation. University Point had indeed suffered raider attacks in recent months, according to Diamond City radio reports, and their educational focus was well established among Commonwealth settlements. Still, caution remained advisable in the wasteland, where deception often preceded violence. After careful consideration, Mira decided to reveal her presence, scholar to scholar rather than potential adversaries. She activated her Pip-Boy light at low intensity, illuminating her position without creating blinding glare that might be perceived as threatening. "I'm Mira Chen, cultural documentation specialist from Diamond City," she introduced herself, emerging from behind the shelving while maintaining comfortable distance. "I'm cataloging the collections here for preservation records, not removing anything." Diana lowered her own light slightly, revealing a woman perhaps in her 40s, with the weathered features common to those who traveled between settlements rather than remaining safely behind walls. She carried a small satchel and what appeared to be a leather-bound journal, similar to Mira's own, suggesting similar documentary purpose. "Preservation records?" she inquired, curiosity evident in her expression. "You're not collecting salvage?" "I document what survives so knowledge isn't lost, even if the physical artifacts eventually succumb to time," Mira explained, relaxing slightly as the conversation established mutual understanding. "Diamond City maintains an archive of these records, descriptions, drawings, photographs when possible. The physical items remain where found unless actively deteriorating in ways that could be prevented through relocation." This explanation seemed to satisfy Diana, whose posture likewise relaxed from its initial wariness. "Similar to what we're trying to establish at University Point, though on a smaller scale. We're focusing on educational materials primarily, rebuilding teaching resources after losing so much. This shared purpose created immediate common ground, transforming potential confrontation into collegial interaction." Mira gestured toward the archive space around them, This collection contains significant educational resources. I've only begun preliminary documentation, but there's an organizational catalogue that could help identify materials most relevant to your needs. The next several hours passed in collaborative exploration, both women bringing their specialized knowledge to the examination of the special collection. Diana's background in education complemented Mira's broader cultural documentation approach, each identifying values in different materials that the other might have overlooked. They worked in companionable focus, occasionally sharing particularly interesting discoveries across the central table that became their shared workspace. "Look at this," Diana said at one point, carefully turning pages in a bound curriculum guide. Complete lesson plans for teaching history through primary sources. The methodology could be adapted regardless of what specific documents we have available. Meanwhile, Mira uncovered a collection of technical illustrations showing basic mechanical and electrical principles through clear visual examples. These would be invaluable for technical education, concepts presented without requiring advanced vocabulary, perfect for teaching practical skills alongside theory. Their mutual excitement at these discoveries created an atmosphere of shared purpose rather than competitive scavenging. Two scholars recognizing that knowledge preserved and transmitted held greater value than objects possessed. As afternoon progressed toward evening, they established an informal agreement. Diana would focus on identifying materials most immediately useful for University Point's educational needs, while Mira would continue broader documentation of the entire collection for Diamond City's archives. "We should establish proper lighting," Mira suggested as their work continued. "These flashlights are adequate for exploration, but not ideal for extended documentation work." From her pack, she produced several small lanterns designed specifically for archaeological work, providing diffuse illumination without harsh shadows or damaging heat that might affect sensitive materials. Positioned strategically around the archive space, these created a warm, comfortable working environment that transformed the basement from mysterious darkness into scholarly workspace. As they continued their research, the struggle protectron upstairs finally fell silent, its power reserves apparently exhausted after centuries of attempted functioning. The absence of its rhythmic activation attempts created noticeable silence, prompting both women to pause momentarily in acknowledgement of the machine's final shutdown. Maintained its programming directives until the very end, Mira observed with a touch of respect, attempting to protect these collections long after anyone remained who understood its purpose. "Like the curator who organized all this," Diana added, gesturing around the carefully arranged archive. "Preserving knowledge they might have known they'd never see used again." This observation brought their attention to a leather-bound journal, discovered earlier but set aside for later examination. The volume appeared to be the personal log of the gallery's final curator, containing both professional notes about the collections and personal reflections as the world situation deteriorated around them. With careful handling, Mira opened the journal to its final entries, dated October 2077, just days before the bombs fell. The neat handwriting conveyed professional composure, despite the increasingly desperate circumstances described. October 18, 2077. Received notification that the gallery will close to the public effective tomorrow. Main museum leadership has decided to consolidate operations at the primary facility, most staff being reassigned or furloughed. I've been instructed to secure the collections and implement long-term preservation protocols with minimal support personnel. October 2020-77. Working with James from security and Elena from conservation to prepare special collections for extended closure. Main gallery exhibitions will remain installed but secured. Without guaranteed climate control or security monitoring, deterioration is inevitable for many items, focusing preservation efforts on most historically significant materials in Special Collections Archive. October 22, 2077. Military personnel visited today, surveying the building for potential requisition. I provided documentation of the cultural significance of our collections, emphasizing irreplaceable historical value. Senior officer seemed sympathetic but non-committal, mentioned several other cultural institutions already repurposed for essential operations. The final entry, dated October 23, was written in slightly less steady hand, though the writer had clearly struggled to maintain professional tone. Final entry. News reports increasingly alarming. Eleanor called this morning to say she's evacuating with her family. James hasn't reported for shift. I've completed archival sealing of special collections as best possible without full conservation team. Implemented emergency preservation protocols for main gallery exhibitions. Some items simply cannot be properly secured without additional personnel. If anyone finds this record in the future, what remains here represents not just objects but human creativity, knowledge, and spirit. These collections were assembled to preserve understanding of who we were, how we lived, what we valued. If civilization continues in any form, please remember that we tried to save these fragments of human achievement for you. They belong not to any individual but to humanity's ongoing story. I'm leaving the security systems active on lowest power consumption settings. The Special Collections secure door is sealed with preservation environment activated. I've done all I can. Whatever comes next, at least these small pieces of our world might survive. Dr. Margaret Chen, Careeri. Mira stared at the signature with momentary shock. Chen, she whispered. My family name. A relative? Diana asked, glancing between Mira and the journal. Impossible to know for certain, Mira replied thoughtfully. But my great-grandmother spoke of a family tradition of preservation. Scholars and collectors going back to before the war. She claimed we had always been keepers of knowledge, though I thought it was just a comforting story. Whether direct lineage existed or merely coincidental shared surname, the connection felt meaningful. A thread of continuity stretching across the nuclear divide that separated the world that was from the world that emerged from its ashes. Dr. Margaret Chen had dedicated herself to preserving human achievement against approaching destruction. 2 centuries later, Mira Chen continued that same work in the world that destruction had created. She would be pleased, I think, Diana observed gently, seeing you continue her work. Mira nodded, carefully returning the journal to its protective enclosure. The preservation she implemented worked remarkably well. Without her efforts, none of this would have survived for us to find. Evening had fully claimed the world outside, though in the lantern-lit archive time seemed almost suspended. A scholarly space that might have existed in any era, dedicated to the careful examination of human knowledge. Mira and Diana continued their work by the warm light, documenting and evaluating materials with the quiet focus of those who understood the value of what they had discovered. We should establish a cooperative arrangement between Diamond City and University Point, Mira suggested as they organized their respective notes. Share documentation resources, coordinate preservation efforts at sites like this. Diana nodded agreement. Educational exchange, too. We have strong technical instructors. You have better historical knowledge, resources. Both settlements would benefit from collaboration rather than isolated efforts. This potential partnership represented exactly the kind of rebuilding that made preservation work meaningful. Not merely documenting what had been lost, but using that knowledge to create something new. The seeds of the old world, carefully preserved through efforts like Dr. Margaret Chen's, could germinate in the soil of the new, creating continuity of human achievement despite the intervening devastation. As they prepared for evening rest, having decided to continue their documentation work the following day, Mira found herself contemplating the journal's final entry again. The curator's words across centuries carried both sadness and determination, acknowledging approaching catastrophe while still taking every possible action to preserve what could be saved. There was profound dignity in that effort, regardless of whether she had personally survived the war that followed. He belonged not to any individual but to humanity's ongoing story, Mira quoted softly, arranging her sleeping roll in a clear area of the archive floor. She understood why preservation matters. Deanna nodded from where she was setting up her own simple camp. Not just keeping old things because they're old, but because they connect us to something larger than ourselves, the human story continuing. The lanterns reduced to minimal illumination for sleep, the archive settled into peaceful quiet. Outside, the Commonwealth night continued its ancient patterns, stars wheeling overhead as they had before humans existed and would after they were gone. Yet within this protected space, the achievements of human creativity and knowledge remained preserved against time's erosion, waiting patiently for those who would value them. Mira drifted towards sleep with a sense of purpose affirmed. Tomorrow they would continue documenting these collections, establishing foundation for the knowledge-sharing partnership between settlements. Through such efforts, the fragments preserved from the old world could serve the new one emerging from its ashes, not mere relics of what had been lost, but building blocks for what might yet be created. In the peaceful darkness of the archive, surrounded by the carefully preserved achievements of those long gone, sleep came easily. The quiet determination of Dr. Margaret Chen seemed to linger in the space she had so carefully sealed against approaching destruction, a scholarly dedication that had transcended even nuclear fire to reach those who would continue her work centuries later. The forgotten museum rested in darkness as its new visitors slept, its treasures once again serving their intended purpose, connecting human minds across time through preserved knowledge and creative achievement. The curatorial torch had been passed across nuclear devastation, illuminating a path toward remembering not just what had been lost, but what remained worth preserving for those yet to come. While two scholars slept peacefully within the protective walls of the forgotten museum, elsewhere in the Commonwealth, a different connection to the past was forming. Atop a weathered hill overlooking a ruined town, a lonely traveler adjusted the dials of an ancient radio receiver. Static crackled through the evening air until suddenly, impossible but unmistakable, a voice from centuries past broke through the emptiness. As the museum preserves tangible history in artifacts and documents, our next tale beckons from the invisible waves of memory captured in radio signals. Join us for the silent broadcast. Evening settled across the Commonwealth with gentle inevitability, the harsh glare of daylight softening into muted amber as the sun descended behind distant hills. Long shadows stretched across the broken landscape, transforming the jagged remnants of civilization into softer silhouettes. The relentless heat that had defined the afternoon gradually yielded to cooling air, bringing the subtle relief that made evening travels more bearable in the unforgiving wasteland. Atop a weathered hillside overlooking what had once been a suburban community, Nathaniel Reed paused to appreciate this transitional moment between day and night. Unlike many who traversed the Commonwealth's dangerous expanses, he moved without the constant tension of anticipated violence. His weathered features suggested decades of wasteland experience, yet his eyes retained a thoughtful curiosity, at odds with the hardened wariness typical of long-term survivors. Nathaniel's equipment reflected his unconventional priorities. Where most travelers carried an arsenal of weapons and practical survival gear, his pack bulged with technical components, carefully wrapped in protective cloth. A modified rifle hung across his back, but it showed the neglect of a tool rarely used. Instead, his hands cradled a device that would be considered worthless by most scavengers, a customized radio receiver of pre-war design, modified with components salvaged from various Commonwealth technologies. His camp for the evening took shape with practiced efficiency. A small tent positioned to blend with surrounding vegetation, a modest fire pit arranged to minimize visible light while providing necessary warmth as night approached. These fundamentals established, Nathaniel turned his full attention to the true purpose of his journey. From his pack emerged an assortment of equipment that transformed the simple campsite into a field research station. A collapsible antenna assembly rose approximately 15 feet above ground level, its slender profile minimizing wind resistance while maximizing reception capability. Cables connected this aerial array to the radio receiver, which Nathaniel positioned on a flat rock surface with the careful handling reserved for precious objects. As twilight deepened toward true darkness, he made final adjustments to his equipment with the focused precision of someone performing a cherished ritual. Small calibration tools appeared from a leather case, allowing minute adjustments to the receiver's internal components. A notebook containing handwritten frequency notations guided his methodical tuning procedure, each page filled with technical observations and coordinates corresponding to specific Commonwealth locations. Perfect elevation for minimal interference, he murmured, consulting a salvaged pre-war topographical map spread beside his equipment. Should have clear reception if there's anything to receive. Nathaniel's unusual pursuit had defined the past 17 years of his life, the location, documentation, and preservation of pre-war radio signals that somehow continued to transmit centuries after their creation. These anomalous broadcasts represented one of the Commonwealth's least understood phenomena, electromagnetic echoes of the world before the bombs, preserved through mechanisms that defied conventional explanation. Some technical experts theorized that certain broadcast facilities had been constructed with the same protective technologies as vaults, allowing automated systems to continue functioning long after their human operators perished. Others suggested that peculiar radiation patterns following the nuclear exchange had somehow imprinted signal patterns into the atmosphere itself, creating electromagnetic loops that occasionally became audible under specific conditions. Whatever the explanation, the result was moments of haunting connection to voices silenced centuries ago, speaking as though the apocalypse had never occurred. As true darkness embraced the hillside, Nathaniel activated his receiver. Soft electronic hums and the gentle glow of indicator lights transformed the device from silent artifact to living technology. Static emerged from the speaker, that distinctive atmospheric noise that had become, for him, the sound of possibility rather than emptiness. His fingers moved across the tuning controls with practiced delicacy, navigating the electromagnetic spectrum with intuitive familiarity born from thousands of hours of patient listening. The static ebbed and flowed as he adjusted the frequency, occasionally interrupted by fragments of sound too brief or distorted to identify. Each potentially meaningful variation caused him to pause, hold the frequency steady, and listen with complete concentration before continuing his methodical scan when the static resumed. His notebook lay open beside the receiver, pen ready to document any significant discoveries. "Come on," he encouraged softly, as though the radio waves themselves might respond to gentle persuasion. "Something's out there tonight. I can feel it. This intuitive sense had developed over years of field research, an almost mystical attunement to atmospheric conditions that seemed to correlate with successful reception. Tonight felt promising. Clear skies, minimal radiation interference, proper elevation, and the subtle electromagnetic stability that often preceded significant discoveries. For nearly an hour, Nathaniel continued his patient scanning, maintaining the focused attention that had become second nature during his years of solitary research. The campfire burned low, occasionally supplemented with small pieces of deadwood collected earlier. The surrounding wasteland settled into nocturnal rhythms, distant calls of mutated creatures, the gentle rustle of vegetation in occasional breezes, the subtle creaking of abandoned structures gradually surrendering to gravity and time. Then, as he adjusted the tuning dial through a previously unexplored portion of the frequency spectrum, something changed in the static pattern. The random atmospheric noise acquired subtle structure, not yet recognizable as specific content, but distinctly organized rather than chaotic. Nathaniel's hands froze in position, unwilling to risk losing this promising deviation by further adjustment. "Hold steady," he whispered, leaning closer to the speaker as though proximity might improve reception. "Come through clearly." The static gradually resolved into something more defined, a rhythmic pattern that suggested human creation rather than natural occurrence. Mechanical in its precision, yet organic in its structure, the sound gradually revealed itself as music, faint and occasionally interrupted, but unmistakably melodic. Nathaniel's expression transformed from concentration to wonder as the music strengthened, the signal seemingly finding stability in the atmospheric conditions. Piano notes emerged from the static with increasing clarity, a gentle, melancholy composition that spoke of quieter times, played with the unhurried grace of someone performing for appreciation rather than necessity. "Extraordinary," he breathed, quickly noting the exact frequency and signal characteristics in his journal. Musical transmission rather than verbal communication, piano solo, classical structure, possibly Debussy or similar impressionist composition. The music continued for nearly 3 minutes, occasionally fading into static before re-emerging with renewed clarity. Nathaniel remained motionless beside the receiver, unwilling to risk any adjustment that might disturb the tenuous connection to this voice from the past. His expression reflected reverent attention, experiencing the transmission not merely as research subject but as genuine communication across the chasm of nuclear devastation. As the final notes faded into static, a voice emerged from the speaker, a man speaking with the measured, warm professionalism characteristic of pre-war radio announcers. That was Claude Debussy's Clair de Lune, performed by Thomas Wilkins. You're listening to WCLR, Classical Reflections, bringing you peaceful moments in music throughout your evening. The time is 8:47 p.m. on this Friday evening, with clear skies and comfortable temperatures making this October night perfect for stargazing, or perhaps a quiet walk through the park. The voice continued with remarkable clarity, describing weather conditions and community events that had transpired 2 centuries ago in a world now transformed beyond recognition. The announcer's calm, optimistic tone created particular poignancy, speaking from days or perhaps hours before apocalyptic fire, utterly unaware of the imminent end of the world he casually described. Nathaniel documented every word in his journal, using a personal shorthand system developed specifically for rapid transcription of ephemeral broadcasts. These transmissions rarely remained stable for long, making immediate documentation essential. His pen moved across the page with practiced efficiency, capturing the announcer's words without requiring him to divert attention from the receiver itself. And joining us throughout the overnight hours, Our classical Through Till Dawn program will feature the complete Mozart piano concertos, beginning with number 20 in D minor at 9 p.m. For WCLR, this is Thomas Livingston, wishing you a pleasant evening. As the announcer's voice concluded, the static briefly intensified before another piece of music began emerging through the electromagnetic haze. This composition featured full orchestra rather than solo piano, strings and woodwinds creating rich harmonic textures that somehow seemed to bridge the centuries between their creation and Nathaniel's solitary reception on this quiet hillside. While documenting this second musical selection, Nathaniel noticed a subtle shift in the transmission quality. Not deterioration, but a change, suggesting different broadcast characteristics. Before he could adjust his equipment to compensate, the classical music faded and was replaced by a different transmission altogether. Emergency broadcast system. This is not a test. Repeat, this is not a test. Citizens are advised to seek shelter immediately. Military authorities have confirmed multiple detonations in the following areas. This new voice carried tense urgency, dramatically contrasting with the previous announcer's casual warmth. The emergency broadcast continued with a list of locations experiencing nuclear strikes, the voice maintaining professional composure despite the apocalyptic information being conveyed. Nathaniel documented this transmission with particular care, recognizing the historical significance of what might be an actual contemporaneous recording of the Great War's beginning. The emergency broadcast continued for approximately 40 seconds before abruptly cutting to static, then yielding to yet another distinct transmission. A woman's voice reading what appeared to be a children's story, with gentle animation in her tone. And the little rabbit said, "But how can I be brave when the world is so big and I am so small?" The wise old oak tree rustled its leaves and replied, "Being brave doesn't mean feeling no fear. Being brave means continuing forward, even when afraid." The little rabbit considered this wisdom. This peaceful storytelling created stark emotional contrast with the preceding emergency alert, the juxtaposition emphasizing the surreal nature of these transmissions. Fragments of different moments from the pre-war world colliding across time in Nathaniel's humble receiver. He continued his documentation, noting not just content but signal characteristics that might help explain the seemingly random transitions between broadcast types. Over the next 2 hours, this pattern continued, the receiver capturing fragments of pre-war broadcasts that faded in and out of reception. Music programs gave way to news reports, commercial advertisements appeared between weather forecasts, and occasional emergency alerts punctuated otherwise ordinary programming. Each transition occurred without pattern or warning, as though Nathaniel's receiver was connecting to different moments in time, rather than merely different stations in space. The most affecting transmissions were the most mundane, ordinary announcers discussing everyday concerns that would become meaningless within hours or days of their broadcast. A cheerful voice promoting an upcoming community festival that would never occur. A traffic report advising alternate routes to workplaces that would soon be reduced to radioactive ash. A sports commentator enthusiastically analyzing team prospects for a season that would never be completed. Throughout this extraordinary listening session, Nathaniel maintained both scientific documentation and personal reflection in separate notebook columns. The technical details, frequency, signal strength, transmission characteristics, provided research continuity with his years of similar observations throughout the Commonwealth. The personal notations captured emotional responses that transformed mere data collection into meaningful human connection with the lost world. Near midnight, as he was considering concluding the session, a particularly clear transmission emerged through the static. Unlike previous broadcasts that seemed to originate from professional stations, this voice carried the distinctive characteristics of amateur radio. Slightly less polished audio quality, with background sounds suggesting a home environment rather than professional studio. KSQCQCQ. This is amateur station W1KLR broadcasting from Jamaica Plain, Massachusetts. This is Harold Winters calling any stations. If anyone can hear me, please respond. We've lost all commercial broadcasts and telephone service. Military aircraft have been passing overhead for the past hour. If anyone has information about what's happening, please respond. I'm broadcasting on emergency power and will continue monitoring this frequency. This transmission struck Nathaniel with particular emotional force. Not a professional broadcaster performing scheduled duties, but an ordinary citizen reaching out for connection during the final hours of the world he knew. The voice contained controlled tension beneath its technical precision, the disciplined calm of someone using procedural structure to manage overwhelming circumstances. As this transmission faded into static, Nathaniel made a decision unusual in his normally passive research methodology. He connected a microphone attachment to his receiver, converting it from reception only to potential transmission capability. Though he had no expectation of actual communication across centuries, the human impulse to respond proved irresistible in this moment. This is Nathaniel Reed responding to W1KLR. He spoke into the microphone, his voice soft but clear. I hear you, Harold Winters. Your transmission has reached the year 2291. The world survived, though changed beyond recognition. Humanity continues. Your voice has not been forgotten. This symbolic response provided unexpected emotional resolution, acknowledgement across time that the desperate calls from civilization's final hours had eventually found reception, even if centuries too late for practical assistance. Whether recording equipment within some automated station continued functioning through the centuries, or radiation patterns had somehow preserved these transmissions within the atmosphere itself, these voices deserved the dignity of response. After completing this brief transmission, Nathaniel returned the receiver to scanning mode. For another hour, additional fragments emerged from various moments in pre-war broadcasting. A cooking program describing ingredient substitutions during rationing. A classical music announcement identifying a Beethoven symphony. A late-night philosophical discussion about humanity's responsibility toward technological development. Around 1:30 a.m., the pattern of transmissions began changing character. The relatively clear fragments that had defined the evening's reception gradually yielded to more distorted, fragmented content. Static increased between recognizable segments and transmissions faded more quickly without reaching completion. The atmospheric conditions that had enabled this remarkable reception window were apparently shifting toward less favorable parameters, rather than adjusting his equipment to compensate, which experience had taught him rarely succeeded once optimal conditions began deteriorating. Nathaniel chose to document this natural conclusion to the session. The gradual fading of these voices from the past carried its own poignant symbolism, a reminder that connection across time remained tenuous and precious rather than guaranteed. As the final recognizable transmissions dissolved into static, he deactivated the receiver with the same careful attention that had characterized its activation hours earlier. The absence of sound created noticeable silence across the campsite, emphasizing how completely these voices from the past had defined the evening's experience. Nathaniel sat quietly for several minutes, allowing the significance of the reception session to settle within his thoughts. Tonight had provided exceptional results even by the standards of his 17 years of research. Multiple clear transmissions across various broadcast types, including the rare amateur radio communication that provided more personal perspective than commercial programming. His journal now contained several pages of documented transmissions, both technical observations and content transcriptions. This material would join his extensive archives stored in a small settlement near Diamond City, where he maintained what had become the Commonwealth's most comprehensive collection of pre-war broadcast documentation. Though most wasteland inhabitants considered his pursuit unusual at best and delusional at worst, a small community of scholars recognized the historical value of his patient work. As the night deepened around his campsite, Nathaniel prepared for sleep with the satisfied weariness of successful research. His tent provided modest shelter, though he left the entrance flap open to maintain awareness of his surroundings, a necessary precaution even in relatively secure areas of the Commonwealth. The receiver and associated equipment were carefully packed away in waterproof containers, protected against the unpredictable weather that might develop during the night. Sleep came gradually, his mind still processing the voices and music that had bridged centuries to reach his solitary hillside camp. The announcer's casual mention of clear skies perfect for stargazing, the urgent emergency broadcaster listing cities under attack, the amateur radio operator calling into growing silence as the world ended around him. Each represented a moment preserved against time's erosion, fragments of humanity's final pre-war hours, captured in electromagnetic patterns that occasionally became audible under precisely correct conditions. Sometime during the night, Nathaniel woke to a sound that momentarily confused his sleep-clouded mind. Music playing softly nearby, a piano piece that seemed familiar yet just beyond identification. For a disoriented moment, he wondered if his receiver had somehow activated independently. Then full consciousness returned, bringing recognition that the music existed only in his memory. Debussy's Clair de Lune from the evening's first clear transmission playing through his dreams. This blending of reception and memory seemed appropriate. The broadcasts themselves existed in some indefinable space between past and present, between technological anomaly and almost spiritual connection across time. His work documenting these transmissions similarly occupied an unusual position between scientific research and emotional preservation, between data collection and bearing witness to voices otherwise lost to history. Morning arrived with gentle persistence, sunlight gradually intensifying across the landscape and warming the thin fabric of Nathaniel's tent. He woke with the immediate awareness characteristic of experienced wasteland travelers, taking a moment to listen carefully before moving. The surrounding environment offered only natural morning sounds: distant birds, light breeze through vegetation, the subtle creaking of abandoned structures continuing their gradual collapse. After confirming security, Nathaniel emerged from his tent and re-established the small cooking fire. While preparing a simple breakfast of preserved foods, he reviewed the previous night's journal entries. The extensive documentation verified his memory of exceptional reception conditions, with nearly 3 hours of intermittent but often remarkably clear transmissions from various pre-war sources. Most successful session this year, he noted with quiet satisfaction, adding a final observation to his technical documentation. Atmospheric conditions remained stable throughout primary reception period. Signal characteristics suggest multiple origin points rather than single broadcasting source, supporting spatial anomaly theory rather than single automated station continuation. His meal completed and camp disassembled with practiced efficiency, Nathaniel consulted his topographical map to determine the day's journey. His research methodology involved systematic exploration of elevated locations throughout the Commonwealth, documenting reception characteristics at each point to develop comprehensive understanding of transmission patterns. Today's destination lay approximately 5 miles northeast, another hilltop that promised similar elevation advantages to his current location, but with different surrounding terrain features that might influence reception. His pack secured with equipment properly cushioned against travel impacts, Nathaniel began his journey with the unhurried pace of someone focused on the quality of observation rather than speed of movement. The morning landscape offered peaceful traveling conditions by Commonwealth standards, modest temperature, good visibility, and minimal signs of predator activity in the immediate vicinity. Nathaniel maintained appropriate vigilance without the hyper-awareness that characterized those focused primarily on survival, allowing him to appreciate environmental details others might miss entirely. An hour into his journey, while traversing what had once been a residential neighborhood, Nathaniel's attention was drawn to an unusual structure partially visible behind overgrown vegetation. Where surrounding houses had collapsed into indistinguishable rubble, this building maintained surprising structural integrity. Curiosity, the same quality that drove his radio research, prompted closer investigation. Pushing aside tangled growth that had nearly concealed the entrance path, he discovered a modest single-story building with architectural features suggesting commercial rather than residential purpose. A faded sign above the entrance, barely legible beneath weather damage and climbing vines, revealed its original identity: YQ Community Broadcasting. This discovery sent a surge of excitement through Nathaniel's normally calm demeanor. WCLR, the call sign from last night's classical music transmission, the station where announcer Thomas Livingston had introduced Debussy's Clair de Lune, before wishing listeners a pleasant evening they would never complete. This physical location corresponded directly with one of the stations whose broadcasts he had documented just hours earlier. With renewed purpose, Nathaniel approached the building, examining its exterior with careful attention. Unlike most structures exposed to centuries of Commonwealth weather and radiation, this facility showed signs of specialized construction. Reinforced walls, minimal window exposure, and what appeared to be a partially collapsed radiation shield extending above the roof, where broadcast antennas would have been mounted. Purpose-built broadcast facility with apparent protective modifications, he noted in his journal, documenting this significant discovery. Possible explanation for transmission longevity if automated systems remained operational within shielded environment. The entrance door had warped within its frame, requiring careful pressure to create sufficient opening for passage. Nathaniel entered with appropriate caution, aware that intact structures often harbored wildlife or other potential hazards. His flashlight illuminated an interior remarkably preserved compared to most Commonwealth ruins. Dust and minor debris rather than complete collapse. Furniture still recognizable in its original positions, equipment still mounted on walls and desks. The building's internal layout revealed itself as he moved carefully through connected rooms. A small reception area opened to several office spaces. Then a narrow hallway led to what was clearly the broadcast studio itself. Here, time seemed to have slowed its destructive progression. Soundproofed walls had protected equipment from weather exposure, while specialized construction had prevented structural collapse despite centuries of neglect. The broadcast booth stood as though its operators had simply stepped away momentarily. A control board with dozens of switches, dials, and faders remained positioned before a comfortable chair. Microphones hung from ceiling-mounted arms, their design far more sophisticated than the wasteland communication equipment that had evolved from salvaged components. Most remarkably, reel-to-reel tape machines lined one wall, some still containing magnetic tape partially unwound from their spools. Automated programming capability, Nathaniel whispered, understanding immediately the significance of this discovery. pre-recorded content on continuous playback systems, potentially operating intermittently on emergency power for decades or even centuries. This physical evidence supported one of the primary theories regarding persistent broadcasts, that certain specially constructed facilities had maintained partial functionality long after their human operators perished. The protective modifications visible in this building's construction suggested deliberate design to withstand exactly the catastrophic conditions that had eventually occurred. Most exciting was a reinforced door marked transmitter room at the rear of the studio space. This separate chamber would have contained the actual broadcast equipment, the components that converted studio audio into electromagnetic signals for transmission. If that equipment had somehow remained operational, even intermittently, it might explain the classical music broadcasts he had documented throughout his research career. The transmitter room door had remained sealed, its heavy construction protecting whatever lay beyond. Unlike the warped main entrance, this doorway required more substantive effort to access. Using tools from his pack, Nathaniel carefully worked the deteriorated locking mechanism until the door finally yielded with a protesting groan of metal against metal. His flashlight revealed what initially appeared to be a disappointing scene. The transmitter room had suffered ceiling collapse, unlike the protected studio, with considerable debris covering what equipment remained. However, closer examination revealed something extraordinary amid the destruction. A transmitter unit approximately the size of a refrigerator remained partially intact, its control panel showing the faint illumination of indicator lights still operating after more than 2 centuries. Impossible, Nathaniel breathed, approaching the equipment with reverent caution. Yet the evidence was undeniable. Somewhere within this building, a power source remained functional. Perhaps emergency batteries, possibly a small reactor, or even some experimental technology developed specifically for broadcast continuation during crisis. Whatever the explanation, this transmitter appeared to be broadcasting still, sending pre-recorded content from the studio's tape machines whenever sufficient power accumulated to enable transmission. A terminal mounted beside the transmitter contained log entries documenting the system's automated operation. The most recent visible entry, dated October 23, 2077, provided chilling context. Emergency broadcast protocol activated 9:47. 22 external power failure detected 9:47. 36 switching to auxiliary power systems 9:47. 40 automated programming sequence initiated 9:48. 15 transmission schedule, intermittent operation to conserve power, final staff message. System will continue broadcasting recorded content until power reserves depleted. Estimated operational duration unknown. If anyone receives these transmissions in the future, know that we attempted to preserve some small portion of our cultural heritage against whatever comes next. Music has always provided humanity comfort in darkness. Perhaps it still can. Station Manager, Robert Wells. This final message transformed Nathaniel's scientific discovery into something profoundly human. Evidence of people facing civilization's end with the determination to preserve something meaningful for whoever might survive. The station staff, knowing destruction approached, had programmed their automated systems to continue broadcasting recorded music and programming long after they themselves were gone. The transmitter's indicators suggested extremely limited functionality, perhaps accumulating minimal power from deteriorated solar collectors or other emergency systems, achieving sufficient capacity for brief transmissions only after extended charging periods. This would explain the intermittent nature of the broadcasts Nathaniel had documented throughout his research career. brief windows of transmission occurring at unpredictable intervals when power reserves reached operational thresholds. This discovery represented the culmination of 17 years of patient investigation, physical confirmation of broadcast continuation rather than merely atmospheric anomalies preserving signal patterns. WCR's transmission equipment had indeed continued functioning long after the station's human operators perished, sending their voices and music across a dramatically transformed world that would never again know the civilization they described. After thoroughly documenting the transmitter room with notes, measurements, and sketches, Nathaniel returned to the studio space for additional investigation. The tape machines contained numerous reels labeled with program content, classical music collections, storytelling programs, interview segments, and special features about arts and culture. These carefully organized materials represented what the station's staff had considered most worthy of preservation as their world ended around them. In the station manager's office, a personal journal contained entries extending right to the final days before the bombs fell. The last entry, like the terminal message, reflected determination to preserve something meaningful against approaching destruction. October 22, 2077. The military has ordered evacuation of all non-essential personnel from this district by tomorrow morning. Most staff have already left to be with their families. Those few of us remaining have established the automated broadcast protocol, using the prototype long-term transmission system developed for the Civil Defense Network. Engineering estimates suggest the sealed power system might function for decades or even centuries with minimal solar supplementation. I've selected programming emphasizing music, literature, and educational content, rather than news or topical material. If these broadcasts somehow reach future listeners, they should receive what represents humanity at its best, rather than our final moments of confusion and fear. Perhaps someone generations from now will hear Debussy or Mozart and understand that we were more than the civilization that destroyed itself. Tomorrow I'll join my family at the designated shelter location, though none of us harbor illusions about long-term survival prospects. This final act of preservation feels meaningful, regardless of whether anyone ever receives these transmissions. Some part of what we valued will continue speaking into the silence after we're gone. Robert Wells. As afternoon light began filtering through damaged portions of the studio roof, Nathaniel completed his documentation of this extraordinary discovery. The physical confirmation of broadcast continuation provided validation for his years of patient listening and recording, proof that the voices he had documented were indeed reaching across time through technological persistence rather than merely psychological projection or natural phenomena misinterpreted. Before departing, he made one final adjustment to the transmitter system based on his technical understanding of similar equipment. A careful reconnection of deteriorated wiring improved the solar collection efficiency, potentially increasing the frequency of future transmissions. Though he could not restore the system to continuous operation, this modest improvement might allow future wasteland travelers to occasionally experience the same connection to pre-war culture that had defined his research career. Returning to daylight and resuming his journey toward the next research location, Nathaniel carried more than just documented evidence of broadcast continuation. He bore witness to a profound expression of human determination, the refusal of WCLR's final staff to surrender cultural achievement to approaching destruction. Their deliberate preservation efforts had succeeded beyond any reasonable expectation, their voices and carefully selected music continuing to reach occasional listeners centuries after their own lives had ended. The wasteland stretched before him as it always had, harsh and unforgiving in its transformed reality. yet now it carried additional dimension in his perception. Not merely the broken remnant of destroyed civilization, but the environment through which pre-war voices continued traveling, connecting past and present through persistent electromagnetic patterns that occasionally found reception in the quiet moments between survival's urgent demand. His radio receiver, carefully cushioned within his pack, remained ready for the evening's research at his next elevated location. Though he had discovered physical explanation for at least some of the transmissions he had documented over the years, the mystery had transformed rather than dissolved. Technological confirmation bringing deeper appreciation for the human determination that had made such persistence possible. As Nathaniel continued his solitary journey through the afternoon Commonwealth, somewhere behind him in the ruins of WCLR's broadcast facility, indicator lights occasionally flickered on a transmitter panel as minimal power accumulated from deteriorated solar collectors. Eventually, sufficient charge would accumulate for another brief transmission, sending music and voices from the world before the bombs across a transformed landscape where someone, perhaps, might be listening. As the lone researcher continued his journey across the wasteland with newfound understanding of the radio signals that had defined his life's work, elsewhere in the Commonwealth, another connection to the past was taking shape, in quieter, more personal form. In the basement of a collapsed apartment building, a young woman carefully removed dust-covered tarps from a collection of family photographs, journals, and keepsakes. A time capsule deliberately preserved by those who knew they might not survive. While radios preserve the public voices of the past, our next tale beckons from the intimate artifacts of individual lives. Join us for The Hidden Vault. Morning light filtered through the broken skyline of Boston's outskirts, casting long shadows across the rubble-strewn streets. Dust particles danced in the golden beams, creating ethereal patterns that shifted with each gentle breeze. The air carried the crisp freshness that occasionally blessed the Commonwealth after radiation storms had passed, leaving temporary clarity rare in the wasteland's typical haze. Through this peaceful morning scene moved a solitary figure, navigating the urban debris with practiced care. Lily Santos progressed with the measured pace of someone who respected the wasteland's hazards, without being paralyzed by their presence. Unlike the heavily armed mercenaries or desperate scavengers commonly encountered in such ruins, her equipment suggested more deliberate purpose. A sturdy backpack containing carefully organized tools rather than weapons, a journal secured at her hip, and only a simple 10-meter pistol for necessary protection. Lily's journey through these particular ruins wasn't motivated by survival's urgent demands or mercenary contracts. At 26, she represented a generation born long after the bombs fell, with no personal memory of the world before. Yet her work had centered on understanding that lost civilization, not for technological salvage or weapon acquisition, but for the human stories preserved in personal artifacts that most wasteland travelers overlooked entirely. As a settlement historian from the developing community at Somerville Place, Lily documented family histories and personal narratives that would otherwise vanish as generations passed. Where Brotherhood scribes focused on technology and Minutemen chroniclers recorded military engagements, her attention remained fixed on ordinary lives, the forgotten individuals whose daily experiences constituted civilization. Civilization seems at best overlooked, at worst overlooked, at best overlooked. Today's expedition targeted a specific apartment complex mentioned in an elderly settler's recollections. According to Morris Abernathy, now 83, his childhood neighbors in this building had mentioned preparing a family time capsule as tensions escalated in 2077. Whether this preparation had been completed before the bombs fell remained unknown, but the potential discovery of deliberately preserved personal artifacts warranted investigation. "Should be just ahead," Lily murmured to herself, consulting a hand-drawn map based on Morris's descriptions. Corner building with the distinctive archway entrance. The structure appeared through a gap between collapsed office buildings, a 6-story apartment complex that had weathered the centuries with remarkable resilience compared to surrounding architecture. While its upper floors had partially collapsed, the ground level and basement remained largely intact, protected by unusually solid construction and fortunate positioning away from direct blast zones. Lily paused at a respectful distance, taking time to observe the building's condition before approaching. Years of artifact documentation had taught her to read structural integrity from external cues, assessing potential collapse hazards, identifying stable access points, recognizing signs of recent human or creature activity. Her gaze moved methodically across the facade, noting both concerning damage and promising stability in different sections. East entrance appears most secure, she determined after careful assessment. Minimal recent disturbance, structurally sound support architecture. With this determination made, Lily approached the indicated entrance. An arched doorway whose decorative stonework had once distinguished this building as desirable middle-class housing. The door itself had long since disappeared, leaving an open passage, partially obscured by wild vegetation that had claimed the threshold as growing space. She moved through this natural curtain with gentle care, avoiding damage to the plants while creating sufficient passage for exploration. The interior welcomed her with the hushed stillness particular to spaces long abandoned, yet not fully reclaimed by nature. Dust lay thick upon surfaces, disturbed only by occasional small animal tracks and the slow-motion collapse of ceiling materials. Light entered through broken windows and structural gaps, creating dappled illumination that gave the space an almost reverent atmosphere, despite its deterioration. The entrance lobby retained hints of its former elegance, marble flooring visible where collapsed debris hadn't covered it, decorative molding still adorning portions of the walls, a grand staircase ascending to upper floors, though missing several steps from its central section. A directory board hung askew beside what had once been an elevator, its glass front shattered, but resident names still partially legible on the paper beneath. Lily approached this directory with particular interest, her flashlight illuminating names faded by centuries, yet still conveying the building's human history. Each entry represented a family or individual who had lived their daily lives here, people who had departed for work each morning, returned each evening, celebrated holidays, experienced personal milestones. Abernathy, Abernathy, she murmured, searching for the family name that might confirm Morris's recollections. Her finger traced down the directory until pausing at a promising entry, May M. Abernathy, 2B. This likely represented Morris's family apartment, providing validation of his memories and orientation for her exploration. Of greater immediate interest, however, was locating the neighbors he had mentioned, the family reportedly creating a time capsule as war approached. Morris had recalled them living in the building's basement level, operating a small maintenance business from a workshop space the building owner had allowed them to use as partial trade for superintendent services. Basement access would likely be near the utility areas, Lily reasoned, consulting the lobby's directional signs. A faded placard indicated maintenance/storage, with an arrow pointing down a corridor to the right of the main staircase. This promising direction guided her next movements, flashlight illuminating the way through shadows that deepened as she moved away from the entrance's natural light. The corridor led to a heavy metal door marked Basement Access, Authorized Personnel Only. Unlike many such barriers encountered throughout the Commonwealth, this door remained closed, perhaps explaining why the lower level had apparently escaped the thorough scavenging that claimed most accessible areas in abandoned buildings. Examining the door revealed it had not been locked, but rather jammed in position by settling foundation materials. With careful application of a pry bar from her pack, Lily created sufficient space to slip through without forcing the door beyond its stressed hinges. This measured approach reflected her general methodology: minimal disruption of historical contexts, preservation rather than destruction whenever possible. The stairwell beyond descended into increasing darkness, requiring her flashlight's full illumination. Each step was tested before committing her weight, centuries of moisture damage having compromised some portions of the concrete structure. The air grew noticeably cooler as she descended, carrying the distinctive mustiness of enclosed spaces long undisturbed by circulation, yet without the radiation taint common to many Commonwealth interiors. At the stairwell's bottom, another door stood partially ajar, its surface bearing a hand-painted sign: Santiago Family Maintenance and Repair. This discovery aligned perfectly with Morris's recollection of the superintendent family's small business operation, suggesting his memory remained reliable despite the intervening decades. Lily paused at this threshold, taking a moment to prepare both equipment and mindset before proceeding. From her pack emerged specialized gloves designed to protect both her hands and any fragile materials she might handle. A dust mask covered her lower face, reducing inhalation of potentially harmful particles while allowing comfortable breathing. Most importantly, she activated a recording function on her modified Pip-Boy, ensuring documentation would continue even if both hands became occupied with artifact handling. Basement level exploration beginning, she spoke clearly for the recording. Santiago Family Workshop located as described in Abernathy oral history. Initial observation indicates minimal disturbance since pre-war abandonment. With preparations complete, Lily gently pushed the door wider, creating sufficient space to enter without forcing the aged hinges beyond their tolerance. The workshop beyond revealed itself gradually as her light swept across its features. A surprisingly large space, occupying perhaps a quarter of the building's foundation footprint, divided between repair workshop and what appeared to be family living quarters. The workshop portion contained expected maintenance equipment, tool benches lined with both powered and manual implements, storage shelving containing parts and supplies, repair manuals stacked on a small desk near the entrance. More surprising was the living area visible beyond a partial dividing wall. Modest but comfortably arranged, with personal touches that transformed utilitarian space into home. Apparent combined workshop and residence, Lily noted for her recording, suggests the Santiago family lived on site, rather than occupying a standard apartment unit. Multiple personal effects visible, minimal scavenging evidence. This last observation proved particularly significant for her research purposes. Unlike most ruins thoroughly stripped of useful materials by generations of scavengers, this space appeared to have remained largely untouched since its original abandonment. Tools still hung on wall-mounted boards, personal belongings remained positioned on shelves and tables. Even furniture stood in apparent original arrangement rather than having been broken down for salvageable components. Moving carefully through the workshop section, Lily documented the space with methodical thoroughness, noting tool types and conditions, photographing workspace arrangements, recording brand names and technical specifications from equipment that might help establish precise historical context. These details, while seemingly mundane, provided valuable documentation of daily working life before the bombs fell. As she approached the living quarters section, however, her attention shifted from technical documentation to more personal historical context. Here, the Santiago family's individual presence became more pronounced through distinctly personal belongings. Framed photographs on side tables, children's drawings pinned to walls, books arranged on shelves with apparent careful selection rather than merely functional storage. Family photographs indicate household of 5, Lily observed, studying images protected from environmental degradation by their glass frames. 2 adults, 3 children, approximately elementary to high school aged based on apparent development. Traditional family portraits suggests formal documentation was valued. This glimpse into family composition provided essential context for understanding whatever deliberate preservation efforts they might have undertaken. Personal history gained meaning through human connection, knowing whose stories were being preserved, whose voices might speak from carefully saved artifacts. Continuing her methodical exploration, Lily examined the modest living space with respectful attention to both historical significance and human dignity. Unlike salvagers who might carelessly discard personal items while seeking valuable components, she recognized that the true treasures in this space existed in family photographs, handwritten notes, children's school assignments, the ephemera of daily life that constructed individual identity and family narrative. Near what appeared to have been a small dining area, a desk contained what initially seemed to be routine household management materials, bills, maintenance schedules, school notifications. Closer examination, however, revealed something more significant, partially concealed beneath these ordinary papers. A hand-drawn map of the basement level, with a specific area circled in red ink, accompanied by handwritten notes. Possible indication of intentional storage location, Lily noted with increased interest. Hand-drawn map appears to identify specific area beyond current living space, marked with annotation stating, Family Archive, complete, October 20th, 77. This discovery aligned perfectly with Morris Abernathy's recollection of neighbors preparing a time capsule. The date notation just 3 days before the bombs fell suggested they had indeed completed this preservation effort before nuclear devastation transformed their world forever. If their family archive remained intact, it would represent an extraordinarily valuable historical resource. A deliberately curated collection of personal artifacts selected specifically for future discovery, rather than merely abandoned in catastrophe's chaos. Following the map's guidance, Lily identified a narrow doorway partially concealed behind a storage shelf in the workshop area. The shelf had been designed to slide sideways on floor tracks, creating access without requiring removal of stored materials, an efficient use of limited space characteristic of the practical ingenuity common in pre-war building adaptations. The door beyond led to a small room approximately 10 feet square, apparently repurposed from a utility closet through modest construction modifications. Unlike the main workshop and living areas already explored, this space showed evidence of very deliberate preparation. Walls reinforced with additional material, flooring raised slightly above the main basement level, ceilings sealed with waterproof construction implemented with obvious care and expertise. Purpose-built preservation space, Lily observed with growing excitement. Environmental modifications suggest specific intention to protect contents from moisture, temperature fluctuation, and potential structural damage. Construction quality indicates professional knowledge applied to preservation objectives. The room's contents justified this careful preparation. Centered on the reinforced floor stood several storage containers of various sizes, each sealed with material appearing to be pre-war waterproofing technology. These containers had been arranged with obvious thought. Larger units at the back, smaller ones accessible from the front. all positioned on raised platforms rather than directly on the floor surface. Most significantly, a sealed envelope had been secured to the room's entrance wall, protected within a transparent, weatherproof sleeve. The envelope bore elegant handwriting, still clearly legible after centuries. To whoever finds our family archive. If you're reading this, the world we knew has likely changed beyond recognition, whether through the war everyone fears or simply the passage of time. Within these containers, we've preserved pieces of our family's story, not because we were anyone important by public standards, but because we believe every human life contains meaning worth remembering. My husband Miguel and I emigrated from Puerto Rico 20 years ago, seeking better opportunities for our family. Our children, Elena, 17, Carlos, 14, and Sofia, 9, were born here in Boston. Miguel's skills in mechanical repair allowed us to establish this small business and create a stable life, though recent years have brought increasing uncertainty as international tensions escalate. We've prepared this archive not from certainty that disaster approaches, but from hope that connection across time remains possible, regardless of what comes next. If civilization endures, perhaps our ordinary story will provide perspective on daily life in this era. If the worst occurs, perhaps finding evidence that we existed, that we loved, worked, struggled, and celebrated might offer some comfort to those rebuilding from whatever remains. With hope for your future, Carmela Santiago. October 20, 2077. This personal message transformed an interesting historical discovery into something profoundly human. Direct communication across centuries, from people who had faced approaching catastrophe with dignity and hope rather than despair. Their deliberate preservation efforts reflected not panic, but purpose, creating continuity between their time and whoever might eventually discover their carefully protected legacy. Extraordinary primary historical document, Lily whispered, carefully photographing the letter in place before proceeding further. Direct communication of preservation intent with personal context. With this contextual understanding established, she began systematic documentation of the archive's contents. Each container was photographed in original position before careful opening, its contents inventoried with meticulous attention to both physical description and apparent personal significance. Throughout this process, her reverence for the human narrative contained within these objects remained paramount, handling each item with the same care its owners had demonstrated in preservation. The largest container held family clothing items, not everyday wear but special occasion attire, a quinceañera dress carefully wrapped in protective cloth, handwritten note identifying it as Eleanor's Celebration 2075, a man's suit with notation, Miguel's American Citizenship Ceremony 2064, traditional Puerto Rican clothing items labeled as family heirlooms brought from their homeland. Each garment told part of the family's story, through transitions, celebrations, and cultural connections maintained across geographical relocation. Another container protected family documents, birth certificates, citizenship papers, educational records, employment history. These official materials provided formal framework for understanding the family's legal and institutional interactions, complementing the more personal artifacts with official documentation of their existence within pre-war social structures. Most poignant were containers holding clearly curated personal items from each family member. Miguel's section contained mechanical manuals annotated with his handwritten notes, awards from community service, photos of completed projects he had apparently taken particular pride in accomplishing. Carmela had preserved recipes written in multiple generations of handwriting, suggesting family culinary traditions passed through maternal lines, alongside teaching credentials, and patient thank you notes from building residents she had apparently helped with various needs. The children's preserved items provided particularly moving glimpses into pre-war youth experience. Elena's container included school academic awards, journal entries discussing college aspirations, and photographs with friends in settings around Boston. Carlos had preserved baseball memorabilia, technical diagrams suggesting shared interest in his father's mechanical abilities, and science fiction novels, with carefully protected bookmarks still in place. Young Sophia's section contained artwork showing remarkable talent for her age. Stuffed animals too precious to evacuate with, but too loved to abandon without commemoration, and a child's diary describing everyday observations with unintentional poignancy given what history revealed would follow. Each container appears organized by individual family member, Lily noted in her recording, suggesting collaborative but personally significant selection process. Items reflect both individual identity and family connection, balancing unique personality with shared experience. The most carefully protected container, smaller than the others but sealed with particular attention to preservation, contained family photographs, carefully organized in albums, with handwritten captions identifying people, places, and dates. These images provided visual narratives spanning decades. Miguel and Carmela's wedding in Puerto Rico, their arrival in Boston, children's births and developmental milestones, extended family gatherings, holiday celebrations, ordinary moments of daily life preserved not for historical significance, but from parental love. Lily spent considerable time with these photographs, documenting each page while absorbing the human narrative they collectively presented. Through these carefully preserved images, the Santiago family became not abstract historical figures, but specific individuals with distinctive appearances, expressions, relationships, and environments. Their faces emerged from history's anonymity into personal presence through images that had mattered enough to carefully protect against time's erosion. Family photo album documentation complete, she recorded after finishing this particularly significant section. Comprehensive visual record of family development from approximately 2055 through 2077, with consistent labeling providing precise identification of individuals, locations, and contexts. The final container presented the most surprising contents: artwork, writing, and recordings created specifically for future discovery, rather than merely preserved from past creation. Each family member had apparently contributed materials created explicitly for communication across time, addressing unknown future finders directly, rather than merely leaving artifacts for interpretation. Miguel had written a detailed account of maintaining building systems with limited resources as supply shortages intensified, offering practical advice that remained relevant to Commonwealth settlements facing similar challenges centuries later. Carmela's contribution included reflections on maintaining family cultural traditions while adapting to changing circumstances, alongside community building strategies developed through her extensive neighborhood involvement. The children's contributions proved especially moving. Elena had written letters to an imagined future young woman her age, discussing education aspirations, relationship perspectives, and career hopes, with the vulnerability of a teenager aware her normal future path might be interrupted by forces beyond her control. Carlos provided detailed technical diagrams of household repair innovations he had developed alongside his father, practical knowledge offered to future generations with adolescent earnestness. Sophia had drawn pictures of future friends she imagined might someday find her artwork, creating imagined connections across time. From a child's hopeful perspective, most remarkable was a holotape labeled Santiago Family Time Capsule Recording, October 20, 2077. This pre-war audio technology had been carefully protected within specialized shielding, suggesting particular value placed on preserving these voices against technological degradation. Though Lily lacked equipment to play this recording on site, careful preservation would allow eventual access to what likely represented the family's spoken messages to future listeners, voices spanning centuries if properly recovered. Complete documentation of deliberately created time capsule materials, Lily recorded as she finished systematic inventory. Distinct from merely preserved existing items, these materials show specific intention to communicate across time with unknown future recipients. Created 3 days before nuclear exchange, representing final communications from family apparently unaware of how imminent historical transformation would prove. As afternoon light shifted through distant structural openings, gradually changing illumination patterns in the basement level, Lily completed her documentation process with the same methodical care that had characterized the Santiago family's preservation efforts. Each container was resealed using methods that maintained original integrity while ensuring continued protection. Items examined were returned to precisely the positions they had occupied for centuries, respecting both the family's organizational intentions and the historical context their arrangement provided. Unlike salvagers who might have claimed valuable components or even Brotherhood scribes who might have removed technological documentation, Lily's historical methodology prioritized contextual preservation over acquisition. The Santiago family archive would remain intact where its creators had so carefully established it, though now documented through comprehensive records that would allow its contents to inform broader historical understanding, without disturbing the physical collection itself. Before departing, Lily placed a small marker beside the original family letter, a respectful acknowledgement visible to any future visitors that would identify the archive's significance while discouraging casual disturbance. This simple metal plate bore an inscription she had carefully composed after completing documentation. Santiago Family Archive. Established October 20, 2077. Documented with respect by Commonwealth Historical Society, 2291. These materials represent irreplaceable personal history. Please preserve context if further research conducted. This modest intervention represented appropriate balance between historical protection and minimalist disruption, acknowledging the archive's significance without imposing contemporary interpretation over original preservation intent. The Santiago family had created this collection for future discovery. Proper historical methodology required respecting their communicative purpose while ensuring continued physical preservation. With documentation complete and preservation arrangements established, Lily prepared for departure through the same careful process that had marked her arrival. Equipment was secured in appropriate protective containers within her pack. The archive room was returned to its original condition, door positioned precisely as found. The sliding storage shelf was moved back to its concealing position, maintaining the subtle security that had protected these materials for centuries. As she retraced her path through the workshop and living quarters toward the basement exit, Lily found herself moving with increasing gentleness, as though departing from a space of reverence rather than merely an archaeological site. The Santiago family had transformed from historical abstraction to specific individuals through their preserved narrative, creating connection that transcended the centuries separating their lives from her own. This human connection represented the true value of her historical work, beyond mere documentary record. The technical details mattered: precise dating, material composition, geographical context. but ultimately served the more fundamental purpose of preserving human stories that might otherwise vanish entirely from collective memory. Each carefully documented artifact added threads to the complex tapestry of how ordinary people had experienced both everyday life and extraordinary transformation, as nuclear fire forever altered human civilization. Ascending the basement stairs with careful steps matching her earlier descent, Lily emerged into the apartment building's ground floor, where afternoon light created different illumination patterns than the morning arrival had featured. The passage of hours during her basement documentation had transformed the quality of natural light filtering through structural openings, softening from morning clarity toward evening's amber hues. Outside the building, she paused to complete final notes while the experience remained fresh in her perception. Her journal entries combined technical documentation with more reflective observations, balancing objective inventory with the emotional resonance created through connection with the Santiago family's preserved narrative. Most significant personal archive documented to date, she noted in her formal record. Deliberately established preservation effort completed just before nuclear exchange, containing both existing family artifacts and materials specifically created for future discovery. Comprehensive representation of middle-class immigrant family experience in pre-war Boston, with particular significance for understanding ordinary civilian perspective as war approached. In a more personal notation, separated from official documentation, she added, "They couldn't know exactly what approached, yet created this careful communication across time regardless. Not from historical self-importance, but from simple human desire to be remembered, to have their ordinary lives acknowledged as having existed and mattered. In preserving their story, we affirm that they succeeded." The Santiago family continues speaking centuries after their physical voices fell silent. With documentation complete, Lily began her journey back towards Somerville Place settlement, where this remarkable discovery would be properly registered in Commonwealth historical records. The materials would remain physically preserved in their original location, but their contents, stories, images, personal reflections, would become accessible through her detailed documentation, allowing the Santiago family's deliberate communication across time to reach broader audience than they likely imagined possible. As she made her way through the gradually cooling afternoon, navigating the broken landscape with the same careful attention that had marked her morning approach, Lily reflected on the personal impact of this particular historical documentation. After years recording countless artifacts and locations, the Santiago family archive stood apart through its deliberate communicative intention, not merely abandoned in catastrophe's chaos, but purposefully preserved with future discovery specifically anticipated. Their hopeful preservation efforts, completed just days before nuclear fire transformed their world beyond recognition, represented profound affirmation of human connection across time. Without knowing who might eventually discover their carefully protected legacy, they had nonetheless prepared these materials with attention and care, believing that someday someone would find value in understanding their ordinary lives and unique perspectives. The wasteland stretched around her as it always had, harsh and unforgiving in its transformed reality. Yet now it carried additional dimension in her perception, not merely the broken remnant of destroyed civilization, but the environment through which countless human stories continued existing, waiting patient rediscovery by those willing to look beyond mere survival toward meaning preserved in personal legacy. Some distance from the apartment building, Lily paused atop a small rise, looking back toward where the Santiago family archive remained, protected in its carefully constructed vault. Though the building showed the same external deterioration as when she had approached that morning, Her perception had fundamentally changed through connection with the narrative preserved within. The structure now represented more than merely another wasteland ruin. It had become keeper of specific human voices, container of individual lives whose stories continued speaking through deliberate preservation efforts established as their world approached its end. "Thank you," she whispered toward the distant building, her words carried away by gentle afternoon breeze. "Your voices have been heard." With this acknowledgement completed, Lily continued her journey back towards Somerville Place, carrying documentation that would allow the Santiago family's story to extend beyond their careful preservation vault. Their voices would join others in the steadily expanding Commonwealth historical record, individual narratives collectively constructing more complete understanding of human experience before, during, and after the transformation that had divided history into distinct epochs. The afternoon continued its gradual transition toward evening, shadows lengthening across the broken landscape as Lily made her way with measured progress through terrain both challenging and familiar. Within her carefully packed equipment, the comprehensive documentation of the Santiago family's preserved legacy remained secure, ready for integration into broader historical understanding, maintaining connection between those who had carefully prepared communication across time and those who continued human civilization's gradual rebuilding from atomic devastation. As she traveled through the gentle afternoon light, the weight of her pack seemed appropriate balance to the weightlessness of discovery's satisfaction. Physical reminder of responsibility, accepted through historical documentation, preserved narrative, carried forward into continued human experience. Thanks for wandering the wasteland with me tonight. If these stories helped you relax, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments. For uninterrupted sleep, these videos play straight through without ads, letting the sounds of the wasteland guide you all night long. If you want more, check out our Patreon for early access and exclusive Spotify playlists. Link in the description. Sleep well, fellow vault dwellers. May your dreams be peaceful and your nights raid-free. Good night.